On Tuesday night, San Diego arrived, and so did a stable of nasty arms, which dominated all night long and shut the Marlins out. Last night, the worst-hitting team in the National League looked like the best. The Padres jumped the Marlins for 13 runs in the first 2 innings. It wasn't pretty. So today, it's up to Javi Vasquez. The National League's hottest team has lost 2 straight. So let's go! Bust a move! We got dancing chickens and Marlins and Padres. It is a glorious afternoon in Miami. A little warm today. The Marlins and the Padres finish off a 3-game series. You can't have camp day without a dancing chicken, and you can't have camp day with about 18,000 kids who are here to watch Emilio Bonifacio, Logan Morrison bust a move and try to get a win in this series. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton. All right, which Marlins team is this, Tommy? Is this the Marlins team that had won 9 of 10, 13 of 17 coming into this series, or the one that went 5 and 23 in June?
I find it hard to believe that it would be the 5 and 23 team, but one thing the Marlins have run into, they've run into an incredibly hot ball club, the San Diego Padres. Last night and the night before, in the 2 games of this series, the 1, 2, and 3 hitters have gone 8 for 15.
Yeah, the pitching for the Padres has been spectacular. And where did the offense come from last night? Because as we've talked about, the Padres are the worst hitting team in the National League.
All right, we'll go down the list as you look at the numbers, season high and runs and hits. The batting average for the Padres, 16th in the National League, 233. 51 home runs, that's last. How about runs scored? They're last in the league. They put up all those numbers last night. They didn't fit into that category, being last and everything.
Yeah. Well, the Marlins, if they're not going to score a lot of runs, they need great starting pitching, and they haven't had that in these 2 games. Javier Vasquez, though, has given the Marlins that in his last 5 starts.
You know, sometimes when you get beaten up as badly as the Marlins did last night, you like to get back at it quickly. Well, this is fast, a 12 o'clock start, and they have their hottest pitcher going. Look at starts through 14, ERA 6.85. Last 5 starts for Javi. He has been tremendous. In July, 2-0. How about this? 20 innings in July, just 17 strikeouts and only 1 walk. That's been the whole difference. He's challenged hitters with that fastball.
And Vasquez will be opposed by Dustin Mosley, our Coventry Healthcare of Florida starting pitchers. Mosley is the hard luck guy on this staff. Lowest run support in the National League.
Yeah, pretty good ERA for the first-round draft pick of the Cincinnati Reds quite some time ago. He's actually spent a lot of time in the minor leagues, 8 years, and he's making his first ever start against the Marlins.
If you hung in throughout the game last night, you got a special added bonus. You got to watch Brian Peterson pitch. We'll recap his 9th inning when we return as the Marlins and the Padres get ready to go. between 18 and 20,000 kids here in South Florida to the ball game to watch the Marlins and the Padres. Brian Peterson's in center field today. Last night he found himself on the mound in the 9th. Please explain, Craig Minervini and Jeff Conine.
All right, thank you very much, Rich. Sixth Marlin ever to go from the position player to a pitcher. And we're not talking about Mr. Hatcher, who did it in a more professional sense. What about that role, and does a guy look forward to it, first of all? One of 6 guys to do it as a Marlin?
Yeah, I think every position player, when we play catch before the game, we're always throwing curveballs, knuckleballs. We always dream about being a pitcher. So I think the guys that actually get the opportunity are pretty fired up to do it.
Let's look at his night. Brian Peterson came in the 9th inning. There is a serviceable role here, too, and that is giving the Marlins an inning where they don't have to use another pitcher, especially with the game coming 12 hours later.
Yeah, you know what? We've had him throw some balls in the outfield. We know he's got a great arm in the outfield. Last night he's hitting 91, 92 miles an hour on the gun from the mound, which is pretty impressive. And the most impressive thing is 8 out of the first 10 pitches that he threw were strikes. Ended up losing a guy here on an inside fastball. He looked actually kind of mad about that. Last pitch of the game probably would have been a home run at any other ballpark besides here in Houston, but he got his 3 outs with no earned runs and probably going to be the 0.0 ERA for the rest of his life.
He'll be the ERA leader. There's the list. Started with your teammate John Cangelucci back in 1997. Twice in 09 with Cody and Ross Gload. Brian Peterson, the latest to do it, did a nice job. Jeff, I ask you this. How is his arm feeling today, if you had a surmise?
It might be a little bit more sore than usual because you're using muscles and you're throwing. When you get out there, the adrenaline's flowing. I mean, you're looking up that radar gun, too. He doesn't want to be embarrassed to throw 83, 84, so he's going to put a little extra on that ball.
And you could see in his warm-up, he didn't have a big warm-up. That was a lot of arm and upper body.
Well, yeah, it's all arm. He doesn't really have the mechanics of a true pitcher, but I pitched in college, and I've been asked a few times before, hey, would you like to get out there on the mound if we needed you? And I show him the big scar of the Tommy John surgery. I'm like, I'm good. Thanks a lot anyway.
Baseball coming up on camp day. San Diego Padres are going for a 3-game sweep. They've scored 32 runs in 4 games. Javier Vasquez hopes to quiet the speedy and productive in this series, anyhow, Padres offense. Rich Walsh and Tommy Hunter on the call next.
Is on sun today in Miami. The campers are ready to go. Javi Vasquez is ready to go. So the first pitch, a fastball for a strike, says Mike Estabrook. And we're underway. The Marlins and the Padres in a series that has been a complete surprise. The Padres have dominated the Marlins in the first 2 games. Will Venable's been a big reason why, and he takes down low. It's 1-1. Vasquez's numbers, and again, Tommy, we've talked about some pitchers over the last week. You can't look at their full season. You got to look at where they've been the last month.
Yeah, look at that bottom half. Last 5 starts, 3-1 and a 1.39 ERA.
Venable drives one to right field. Stanton goes back, and that ball is over his head and off the wall.
Misplayed by Mike Stanton.
And Will Venable, who opened with a home run last night, doubles to start this game.
Now, in Mike's defense, day games extremely hard here at Sun Life to pick up the ball. He goes, he stops, then he starts going, now he stops again. So, in my opinion, he didn't see it, and that's why he misplayed it.
So Venable doubles, and here is Jason Bartlett. The Padres, a run-scoring machine last night. 14 runs on 20 hits. One of their biggest outbursts of the season. And that coming from a team that is dead last in just about every offensive category in the National League. Bartlett back in the lineup. Little pickoff attempt. Venable is back in. The Padres, with their 20 hits last night, 3 shy of tying their season high. They're the first major league team this year to get 20 or more hits in 2 games, and yet they're last in the National League in hitting. Amazing. Bartlett swings and misses at a Vasquez fastball.
Yeah, you can see the swing of Jason Bartlett. He's trying to send a ball to the right side to get Venable over to third.
Bud Black's Padres come in at 43 and 55.
Even with that, Rich, they're still last in hits.
You would not know it from watching the first 2 ball games of this series. The Padres have been outstanding, and Bartlett drives one into right field. That's going to be a base hit, and just like last night, San Diego is on the board early. Wow.
Good, and after the lineups, I have a comment about all these guys leaning out, having hard swings.
Warren Henry brings you the lineups. Will Venable, Jason Bartlett, and of course Cameron Maybin coming up. Jesus Guzman gets a rare start at first. Orlando Hudson at second. Chris Denorfia is in left. Alberto Gonzalez at third base. Kyle Phillips, his first start of the series, and Dustin Mosley will hit ninth. Here is Cameron Maybin, a great series, 5 for 10, 3 runs, 3 stolen bases, and he's driven in 3, and Bartlett might not be anchored at first base long.
When you have a team that had 20 hits last night, everything's away. They're diving. They're going out after hitting everything. Move some feet around. Go inside. If you miss inside, okay.
Breaking ball, Maybin, ground ball, diving stop, Hanley on to second, safe. Bartlett got there. And the Padres have opened the game with 3 consecutive hits.
Again, and no problem. Hanley's playing in the right spot, playing for that double play. It's crossed up, and because of the speed, Bartlett beats the throw, and that allows everybody to be safe. Maybin will get the infield base hit.
Jesus Guzman. Guzman, rather an anonymous guy in the National League, but last night, in his first 2 at-bats, he drove in 4 runs. He was 3 for 5 total and had 4 RBIs on the night. And in limited time, he's been productive for the Padres.
There comes a time when you just can't have everybody taking aggressive swings.
Guzman shortening the bunt, and it's 1-0. Here you've got the cleanup hitter for the Padres, with Ryan Ludwig getting the day off. Ludwig's driven in 5 runs in 2 games, so he gets the day off, and Guzman slides into the cleanup spot with Hudson behind him.
Yeah, big night last night for Guzman. He was one of the many with 3 hits, and he had 4 RBIs.
And remember, the Padres are doing this, as you see Hudson on deck, without Chase Headley, who is leading all National League third basemen in hitting at .302 with a .394 on base percentage and 25 doubles. He hasn't played in the first 2 games of this series. 3-0 now to Jesus Guzman. And the amazing thing, the Marlins came into this series the hottest team in the National League. They had won 9 of 10, 13 of 17. Played well in Chicago, took 3 of 4 there, beat the Mets on Monday night in New York. There's a strike.
And the other thing, we talked about it last night, Rich, all of a sudden the Padres have a tremendous amount of confidence. And that confidence just spilling over with them getting 3 consecutive hits here.
Jack McKeon last night had that puzzled look as Ricky Nolasco was rocked for 9 runs in just an inning and a third to start the game. There's a liner into right center field. Stanton's not going to get that one. And it goes to the wall. That's going to score 2. Bartlett with Maben right behind him. And Jesus Guzman, who drove in 4 last night, drives in 2 here this afternoon. And it's 3-0.
Look where the pitch is. Middle of the plate. He dives out. He hits it into right center. How many times do we have to see this? And Javier Vasquez is a veteran pitcher. He knows what hitters think and how they move around the batter's box. You also need a little help from your catcher. He may be hearing something from his pitching coach, Randy St. Clair. And think about today with the way the game went last night, the state of the pitching, the state of the bullpen. I mean, right now, Brian Peterson's starting to get loose in center field.
Yeah, Burke Badenhop not available. He went 2 2/3. Steve Cishek went 2 innings last night. Mike Dunn had to throw a couple, and then Peterson worked that 9th inning. Here is Hudson. Four runs in the first last night, 9 runs in the second last night for the Padres.
And remember, in that first inning, Orlando Hudson gave himself up and pulled the ball to move a runner from second to third. He's in that same situation here.
Brett Hayes is working behind the plate with Javi Vasquez. Vasquez has given up 4 consecutive hits. And that one misses down low. He gave up only 4 hits in his last start in Chicago, where he beat the Cubs 13-3.
Over his last 6 starts, the most runs he's allowed was 3, and that was in that game in Chicago last time out.
That came on 1 swing and a Ramos Ramirez home run. Hudson flips it foul, and it's 1-2. For some reason, the San Diego Padres really like South Florida. They have won 7 in a row in this ballpark.
And this is very unlike San Diego weather.
Guzman at second, 1-2 coming. Toyota Trend. Bud Black. And the Padres, the last 7 games they've won here at Florida, it ties for the second longest home losing streak versus one team.
Bud Black may be in shock a little bit. He hasn't seen this offense all year.
That's what he told us at the start of the series. It was the 1-2. And he strikes him out. Vasquez strikes out Orlando Hudson. Marlins defensively.
Well, and it's brought to you by Warren Henry with Logan Morrison, Brian Peterson starting in center field. That means I owe Rich lunch in Washington. Bonifacio and Hanley and Fonte and Gabby and Brett Hayes starting behind the plate.
Here is Chris Denorfia. Tommy's reference to that. The Marlins down 13-0 in the second inning. We were reduced to wagering on air late in the ball game yesterday. Ricky Nolasco had to throw 21 pitches to get his first out last night, and for Javi Vasquez, 16 pitches to get his first out. High chopper. It's Bonifacio who makes the stop and the play. Wow, that ball looked like it was going over Bonifacio's head.
It's subtle, but I'll tell you what, that could be the Band-Aid that stops the bleeding. If this ball bounces over Bonifacio's head, it's another hit, maybe another run. He might not score on that, but things keep going for the Padres. But a good play by Bonnie to get up. Now he's up so high he has to right himself and get his body squared up to first to make the throw.
So Vasquez has 2 outs, and here is Alberto Gonzalez, 3 for 9 in this series. Breaking ball from Vasquez is a strike.
Part of the reason the Padres, especially in this inning, they've really done it the other 2 games too, have had success. They've been in situations where their hitters are thinking the other way with a man at second base, and they've had a really good approach at swinging the bat. And it goes back to one of my favorite terms: good things happen when you try to do things on the field, move a runner. And they've had those situations, and they've come up with a lot of base hits the other way.
Well, they've had to try to manufacture runs all year long. They don't have a lot of power. They lead the National League in stolen bases, and they've shown that in this series. They've swiped 6 bases. Breaking ball, Vasquez strikes out Gonzalez. But the San Diego Padres continue their offensive onslaught. It's 3-0. Camp day here in Miami as the Marlins and the San Diego Padres finish off a 3-game series that has been dominated by the Padres. Warren Henry's lineup for the Marlins. Fish were within 2 of 500, now 4 under. Emilio Bonifacio, 19-game hitting streak. Omar Infante at second. Logan Morrison in left. Hanley's at short. He homered last night. Gabby Sanchez has hit the ball hard the entire series. Mike Stanton in right. Brian Peterson does get the start in center, hitting 7th. Brett Hayes gives John Buck the day off, and Javi Vasquez hits 9th.
Gabby Sanchez has hit the ball the way the Padres have this series. Here's a look at Dustin Mosley, the 29-year-old. He's a veteran of professional baseball, not so much of the major leagues. He's been around a while. He's not going to break any speed limits with the fastball, but generally pretty good control.
Mosley started the season out pitching well, but the Padres did not score many runs, and that trend has continued all season long. Bonifacio with 19 games on his hit streak now takes a strike. Bonifacio last night singled in the 5th. He walked a couple times, and he is 2 for 6 in this series. Breaking ball hit hard on a hop. Hudson backing up makes the play. Bonifacio is out number 1 here in the first.
Another trend that's not a real good one, a well-hit ball. Denorfia, Maben, and Venable. The defense brought to you by Warren Henry, Alberto Gonzalez, Jason Bartlett, Hudson and Guzman, and Kyle Phillips makes his first start in this series. The Padres, Rich, have scored 9 runs in the first inning in this series.
Little bunt, Mosley to first, safe. He got the ball to first, but it took 3 or 4 hops, and that allowed Infante to beat out the bunt.
Yeah, he didn't have much balance. He was just trying to get the throw over there. Good effort by Dustin Mosley. We've seen over the last week or so a few more bunt attempts by Infante. It's a real good effort by Mosley, but Infante beats it out. I guess Omar said, I've hit enough line drives in this series. Let me try to drop down a bunt.
Infante now 2 for 9 in the series, but you're right. He has barreled up a bunch of balls.
Yeah, he has.
Logan Morrison now. You got Hanley Ramirez on deck. Only Doug Fister has been stuck with the lowest run support in Major League Baseball. Seattle scoring just 2.04 runs when he's out there. And Mosley is next on the list at 2.44.
So he's feeling pretty good out there right now with 3 up there.
Absolutely. That's well above his run support average. Morrison drives the ball to center field, hits it deep, back goes Maben to the track, to the wall, and he robs him. Maben goes up and over and grabs it. Tough to tell whether it would have been out, but Maben makes a terrific catch.
Well, just the naked eye tells me I think it would have been a home run. Cameron Maben cannot do a thing wrong in this series. He has been spectacular. Well-timed, perfect leap. He goes over the yellow line. May have come down and hit the top, but either way, it's extra base hits, maybe robbing Logan Morrison of a home run. Wow.
Maben now 6 hits in the series, and a great defensive play there. And here is Hanley.
This is one of the better series a player is ever going to have when he's been traded from a team and comes back to play that team.
6 hits, 4 runs, 3 stolen bases, driven in 3 runs. Hanley's homer was to right field last night. It's his only hit of the series. Runner goes. Hanley dumps one down the right field line, and it's foul. Fonte was running, obviously, and it looked like he got deked by Orlando Hudson into a headfirst slide at second base. Hudson feeling that that might have been a fair ball and wanted to keep Infante at second.
And Infante, as do most of the Marlins runners, can go when they think they have a good jump. They have the green light. Probably won't be going now.
1-1 pitch.
You get that one opportunity.
We talked about the Padres running game, and certainly they have shown it off in this series. Hanley pops it up. The Marlins haven't been able to do any running this series. They've been behind in every game. By a bunch last night, by 3 today. Cameron Maben making sure of that. Poised at the wall because you can see the dark clouds above. All your cooling brings you the weather. 91, 63% humidity. Partly cloudy, hot, chance of some showers in and out. Kyle Phillips digs in. Justin Mosley in the top of the order. Will Venable against Javi Vasquez.
Yeah, part of you would say, well, he's hitting 188. He's hitting down in the lineup. But that was the case with Rob Johnson last night. He came into the game hitting 180 and had 3 hits.
Phillips swings and misses. He's 27, Kyle Phillips is. Brother of former Blue Jay Jason Phillips. And he grew up in the San Diego area. Vasquez misses in.
He was a former high school player of the year down there. Let's see where number 3 missed. Did it?
2-1 pitch. And he flips it foul. He spent a long time in the Minnesota Twins organization. Got to the big leagues with the Toronto Blue Jays in 2009. Split his time between AAA with Toronto and San Diego last year. The Padres traded for him for future considerations. I've always wondered at times what those future considerations turn out to be. Sometimes it could be a player.
That's right. It's more distinguishable when they say player to be named later, because then it's a player.
Or cash.
Or cash. Now the ground crew getting closer to their position down there. Yeah, but future considerations, I'm not sure.
Breaking ball, good one. And Vasquez has 3 strikeouts now after the Padres put 3 on the board in the first. The Mets are coming, and it sounds like David Wright will be with them. Carlos Beltran and Jose Reyes will be there as well. And tomorrow night on a Fiesta Friday, the series opens. It's brought to you by Jiffy Lube, all you can eat night, club level ticket, unlimited hot dogs, peanuts, popcorn, nachos, and soda, all for one low price. Yeah, the Mets with a full boat. David Wright back. Carlos Beltran's over his flu. Jose Reyes is off the disabled list.
And back getting hits again.
Mets playing the Cardinals this afternoon. Well, that's not a good sign when the grounds crew is huddled up. You know they're getting the orders to come over the boards like they do. We're being told a cell is headed towards the ballpark. He's looking for Tommy Hutton.
That's why Javi Vasquez is working quickly right now. The other thing that you start thinking about with the state of the bullpen, to have any kind of a long delay really makes it tough for a starting pitcher for Javi to come back.
Vasquez was starting his windup, and there was a flash of lightning, and I think the umpires are going to take the players off the field. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, just signaled everybody in. That flash of lightning a little too close for the umpire's comfort. You also have 18 to 20,000 youngsters here on camp day. There's enough room in the concourse in this stadium where, if necessary, everybody can take shelter from lightning. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see an exodus in an orderly fashion, police campers.
I would expect so. You're talking about David Wright's possible return, and more than likely he will. Just looking last night for St. Lucie, David Wright is the DH 2 for 2. So in his few games down there, he's hitting .476.
It's our chance to see the best grounds crew in baseball. These guys are the best, bar none. Get the tarp out, get it on. Nobody in baseball does it better than these guys. Hey, speaking of getting back to the big leagues, awful game last night in terms of injuries with Milwaukee and Arizona. Steven Drew's broken ankle and a slide at the plate. Looks like he's out for the season. Carlos Gomez broke his clavicle moments later on a diving catch in center field. Out of that, though, a good friend of ours, Brett Carroll. Sounds like he will be called up to replace Gomez in Milwaukee. So congratulations to BC.
Yeah, and some good news for Hideki Matsui. Remember when we were in Oakland? Wow, the breeze really kicking up now.
This will be a true test for these guys, because that thing is heavy. Obviously, you got a huge amount of wind going on right now. They got it out on the field. Now they have to secure it.
But Matsui, who was sitting on 499 home runs, combined his U.S. totals and Japanese totals, finally went deep and has hit 500 home runs, 332 in Japan and 168 here in the major league.
And you say finally because when the Marlins were in Oakland two and a half weeks ago, they had been waiting on that for a while. And so for him to hit it now, a lot of the Japanese press can go home.
Yeah, and I was reading a nice gesture from the all-time Japanese home run leader, Sadaharu Oh. He sent a note to Matsui. Oh, by the way, hit 868 career home runs in Japan.
Now look at this, Tommy. These guys had the tarp out, the wind hit, and they've got it under control.
And one of the bad things about that, this is how news is. There'll be a news report or a highlight that'll show the tarp blowing, and somebody will be getting on the best ground crew in baseball. And that's just not right.
They've come a long way since Tim McCarver made his Civil War reference during the course of a rain delay.
A well-timed call, though, by the umpires to get the players off the field, and within minutes it started to rain. And not raining real hard right now, but I think once you see the lightning, you have to get the kids back, get them under shelter, and get the players off the field.
Yeah, the kids are headed towards the concourse. We are in a rain delay, 3-0. The Padres on top of the Florida Marlins. The Padres picking up where they left off last night when they pounded the Fish 14-3. Of course, a 4-0 win in Game 1 of the series. Cameron Maben, not only another hit today, but a home run robbing catch, robbing Logan Morrison of what would have been a 2-run shot. So, in this rain delay, what shall we offer you? How about inside the Marlins, Mike Stanton? With such lowly offensive numbers, has been an offensive machine since the first pitch on Tuesday night. They scored 2 runs in that first inning on Tuesday night, a 4-0 win, a 14-3 win last night, and this afternoon they jumped Vasquez for 3 runs in the first. And so finally we resume in the second, and Vasquez's fastball is lined down the right field line. It's a foul ball. That first fastball from Vasquez, 89 miles an hour. So the count's 2-2.
It's actually kind of good, Rich, that he gets to start against the opposing pitcher and not have to face one of the hitters in the lineup.
2-2 coming. And it misses up and in. The one advantage that the Padres have, as the campers, some of them have stayed. Campers are starting to file back in after a rain delay of almost 2.5 hours. One advantage the Padres have is their bullpen. Not only is it really good, but they haven't had to dip that deep into it, or as deep as the Marlins have had to go into theirs. There's the Padre pen. The Marlins, of course, a 1 1/3 inning start by Ricky Nolasco. 2 hours and 29 minutes. I told you it was close to 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's
pretty
close.
Good, pretty good guess. That's from your time doing hockey games. You're always dealing with time.
Fastball is up and in, and Vasquez walks the pitcher. A walk that was 2.5 hours in the making. And so now it's Will Venable, and this guy has really been a spark plug. Venable came into this series hitting just .238 with only a couple homers and 6 doubles. He's got 5 hits. He has stolen 3 bases. And he has scored 4 runs. Vasquez misses up and in with a changeup.
And a lot of pitches missing up.
Yes.
So another indication that he just hasn't gotten loose again yet.
That's going to be a challenge for both pitchers. The Marlins really don't have a viable option after Vasquez. And you can see the discussion between Vasquez and the home plate umpire, Mike Estabrook, who says that's outside.
Did you notice the move of Brett Hayes? He tried to stand up and move in front of Mike Estabrook, the umpire, just to kind of screen him out.
Little moving screen trying to keep his pitcher in the game. Our truck took a direct hit during the lightning storm and lost power for a good deal of time. Fox Tracks has not come back online. So when we get it, we'll use it.
Yeah, breaking ball is not there yet either.
And as we said, Tommy, that a viable option for Vasquez, the Marlins do not have. Burke Badenhot worked 2 2/3 yesterday. Steve Cishek 2 innings. Mike Dunn a lengthy effort. Brian Sanchez is probably the guy you would turn to.
Yeah, the guys that you would turn to early in the game like this are all those guys you just mentioned. So yeah, I would say Brian Sanchez at this point would be your go-to guy. And who knows?
Brian Peterson is hoping he doesn't have to pitch for the 2nd straight game. 3-2 coming.
Just to let you know how seriously Brian Peterson took his pitching debut last night. When I went down to the clubhouse after the game, I was looking for him. I saw Sean Cunningham, Marlins head athletic trainer, and I jokingly said, "Where's Petey, back icing?" And he said, "Yeah."
Well, he knew he was going to start in center field. Jack McKeon had told him that he was going to get the start, and Venable goes down swinging. Vasquez gets the strikeout. So we want to be ready for a start here in a noon start, which has resumed here around 3 o'clock Eastern time after a long rain delay.
Pretty good fastball there, and Javier Vasquez has 4 strikeouts in this game.
Now Jason Bartlett, who arrived on the scene yesterday after missing the first game of the series. banged out 3 hits, scored 3 runs. He, in fact, had scored 3 runs in the first 2 innings of the game last night. And he had an RBI single in the first inning of this ball game. So he's 4 for 6 with a couple of runs driven in. And, of course, the birth of his second child, a young son, Jagger, rejoining the team yesterday. Everett Cabrera was sent back down. Ball in the dirt, skips away from Hayes. And Mosley, showing his speed, hustles down to second. The Marlins, a team that has been as streaky as any since the start of June. It is a wild pitch. The Marlins entered the month of June as the wild card leader in the National League, had one of the worst Junes in Major League history, won just 5 games. But then emerged from June and entered this series the hottest team in the National League, having won 9 of 10 and 13 of 17.
We have Fox Tracks back.
(3-1). Bartlett pops it up. Infante calls for it and makes the catch. The Marlins need to get busy offensively. Bottom of the second. 3-0 San Diego. Comes to South Florida. The Mets will be here tomorrow night. David Wright is expected back. Carlos Beltran feels much better from the flu, and Jose Reyes is playing out of his mind this year. He's off the disabled list as well. The Mets and the Marlins tomorrow night. It is a 3-game series, a Friday, Saturday, Sunday afternoon. Now the question is for Dustin Mosley, how does he respond to a 2.5-hour wait after throwing his last pitch? The Mets, by the way, had a day game today, a getaway day in which the Mets will arrive here in South Florida comfortably. They lost to St. Louis by a score of 6-2. Albert Pujols sunk them with his 21st home run.
Very convenient that the Mets scheduled a day game as they fly out of New York. Got to fly out of LaGuardia, I'm sure, and head down to South Florida. They'll probably be here before this one's over.
Spoken like a man that had a night game or a makeup game on Monday and arrived back in South Florida. Well, go
figure.
I know.
Go figure. Talk to the scheduling people. We don't play a day game when we go up there next in a couple of weeks on Wednesday. I get grumpy after 2.5-hour delays.
Absolutely. Day game after night game, too. Gabby Sanchez takes a strike. Mosley buries that pitch. For Dustin Mosley, run support's been an issue. He's got 3 to work with here in the second. Big breaking ball. And Mosley looks sharp right off the get-go. He's 0-2 on Gabby Sanchez. Stanton and Peterson also coming up here in the second. Gabby, a good series, 5 hits in this series. Mosley's breaking ball in the dirt. There's a look at Mike Stanton. Texarkana, Arkansas is where Mosley is from, and as Tommy pointed out, originally a first-round draft pick of the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah, making his first ever appearance against the Marlins.
In 2004, he was traded to the Los Angeles Angels for Ramon Ortiz. Signed as a free agent with the Yankees last year and actually pitched for the Yankees. 9 starts, 16 relief appearances. Also spent part of the year in AAA. Gabby fouls it off. And this is his first chance, really, Tommy, to be an everyday starter for a full season in the big leagues.
We talked about the low run support that he's received. And I think one of the tell-alls is the way he got off to an 0-3 April. He didn't win a game in April. 5 starts, he was 0-3, but had an ERA of 1.99.
Gabby drives it to center field, hits it well. Maben dives and makes the catch. What more can Cameron Maben do?
This is absolutely incredible. Line drives have been hit everywhere, and if it's not to Cameron Maben making spectacular plays, it's someone else. Maben's beat to rob Gabby.
Maben and Foxmo robbed Logan Morrison of what looked like a 2-run homer in the first inning of this game. And he robs Gabby Sanchez of a base hit. Here comes Mike Stanton. Boy, what a return for Maben. Add to the fact that he has 6 hits in the series, has scored 4 runs and stolen 3 bases and driven in 3.
I think the Marlins, in order to turn things around, are going to have to find that skunk from San Diego.
Mosley breaks Stanton's bat, and Mike is out at first on the throw from Jason Bartlett. And there are 2 outs. Here comes Brian Peterson. If you hung with us all night last night, you got a chance to see Brian Peterson pitch in the 9th inning. Peterson did some pitching in high school and in college as well at UC Irvine. And he came out throwing hard. He didn't really have any chance to warm up. It was just essentially go out there and pitch, and he was blowing 91, 92. His pitching line from last night. And Mosley misses up with a fastball. It's 2-0.
And you know what? His batting line, since he's been called up, has been pretty good.
He's having a dynamite year in AAA, hitting .351. His on-base percentage up over 400. A strike, and it's 2-1. That Cardinal-Met game is over, and the first game in the American League just ended. Peterson lines it down the left field line, fouling out of play. Seattle got a grand slam from Miguel Olivo to tie the game in the 8th up at Rogers Center. And that's a big boost for Seattle because the Mariners are on an 11-game bender right now. They've dropped 11 in a row. So the Blue Jays go out and score 2 in the bottom of the 8th. And John Roush finishes the game, and it's 12 in a row now for Seattle, and it's 3 in a row for Dustin Mosley with some help from Cameron Maben. That was the Morrison ball, and a great dive on this Gabby Sanchez liner. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Marlins may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Marlins. Well, guess who gets the lead off? Cameron Maben. Infield single in the first, 6 for 11, 2 terrific catches in this ball game. And he's shown off his speed with 3 stolen bases as well. He scored 4 runs. Vasquez facing him for the second time here in the top of the third. Maben hits a sharp grounder in his center field, and he continues to have a great series.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm sure what a lot of Marlins fans are thinking. Boy, oh boy, Morrison, Maben, and Stanton would be a nice outfield. However, you wouldn't have 8 wins from Edward Mujica out of the bullpen. So those 8 wins, pretty good from a guy who's done a great job out of the bullpen. And I don't think we ever saw this Cameron Maben in a Marlin uniform for 3 days in a row.
Getting a chance to play every day. Maben having a solid year in San Diego, and now Vasquez very much aware, having watched the first 2 games of this series, knowing that the Padres have run at will against the Marlins.
Maben's average with a number of at-bats has gone from 263 to 273 in this series. Over 300 at-bats, close to it.
As we've touched upon throughout the series, not only are the Padres running, they lead the National League in stolen bases, they're running with success. Maben just 2 caught stealings this year, 17 of 19, and he's got a good lead. Vasquez to the plate. High pop-up, Hanley's out, Morrison's in. Morrison lines it up and makes the catch. Well, when the day started, the sun was bright. So were all the campers here. About 18,000 campers were in the ballpark. Lightning, rain, and a delay of 2.5 hours after the first inning was in the books sent most of the campers home. Not sure if they were happy or not.
Well, not sure if they were happy campers.
That's what I mean. But you know what? They got to come to the ballpark.
They got to eat food.
Eat some hot dogs. Watch BP. See an inning. Vasquez using a quick move to the plate. Almost a slide step. And it's 1-0 to Orlando Hudson. Hudson struck out back in the first, as Tommy pointed out. Vasquez already has struck out 4, but the Padres put 3 on the board. Maben is running and Hudson is hitting. And that's fortunate for the Marlins because Maben got a great jump and would have had the base stolen.
You know, Hudson did get a pitch. It looked like it might have been out of the strike zone, but it was away, and he was trying to hit it in that vacated hole on the left side. But Maben did get a great jump. Watch the pitch. It's out of the zone.
So it's a ball and a strike. And Hudson flips another foul. One and 2. Padres head to Philadelphia. The Marlins welcome the Mets. Matchup tomorrow night is Mike Pelfrey for the Mets and Chris Volstad for the Marlins. Clay Hensley and Chris Capuano is a rematch of the makeup game. That's the Saturday night pitching matchup. Anibal Sanchez and Dylan G. slated for Sunday. You know, you're looking at Vasquez right now. His pitch count is at 55. How do you read a pitch count for a guy that's endured a 2.5-hour rain delay?
Well, you have to also add in the second number of pitches that he had to warm up with.
And I can bet you that over the 2.5-hour delay, Maben is running, pitch in the dirt. Hayes' throw is, well, he called him out, and the ball came loose. He looked like he was safe to begin with.
Unless Hanley got the tag up on his shoulder before he reached the bag. That's why I think the out call was made. Yeah, I think he got him, but just couldn't hang on, because just about when Hanley got there, watch Maben's arm and his shoulder. Hanley really never had the ball. It'll be a stolen base.
So Maben has his 18th stolen base. Hudson still at the plate, 3-2 coming. And he yanks a ground ball into right field, base hit. Stanton up with it. Here comes Maben. Stanton's throw is high, and Maben scores, and Hudson takes second. The running game that the Padres have has been devastating to the Marlins in this series.
Just out of the reach of Omar Infante. Mike Stanton not that deep. Maben looking over his shoulder, starts flapping that right arm. I think a good throw. It's a close play. At the plate, a good throw, and then Brett Hayes has a chance maybe to block the plate. But because that throw was high, it did two things. Maben scored, and it allowed Hudson to go to second base.
Chris DeNorfia takes a strike.
Rich, the Padres with Hudson out there at second have had 40 runners in scoring position in a game and a third. 2 games in a third.
You're right.
That seems like a game and a third.
It does. That's an enormous amount. They had 14 runs on 20 hits last night. 4 runs on 11 hits in game 1. DeNorfia bounced out back in the first. And it's not like the Marlins are running into a team that was hot coming in. The Padres had lost 5 straight going into the break. They had lost 3 of 4 coming out, or they had lost 3 of 4 to San Francisco coming out of the break. That one fouled back to the screen. So the Padres had lost 8 of 9 when this series started on Tuesday night.
Well, I tell you what, things have sure turned.
Yeah.
For the Padres. It'll be interesting as they go up to Philadelphia from here. Go up to Philadelphia and face Hamels, Kendrick, and Halladay.
Ball in the dirt. I mean, you had 2 teams at the very opposite ends of the spectrum in the National League to start this series. You had the Padres who had lost 8 of 9 and the Marlins who had won 9 of 10. So go figure, the Padres have dominated the Marlins in these 3 games.
And this is as dominating as it gets.
They've had solid starting pitching, shutdown bullpen, and timely hits. Hanley with a diving stop.
For once, a Padre ball that was hit hard was hit at somebody.
DeNorfia robbed of a hit. There's 2 outs.
Boy, nice play by Hanley. He's made a couple of good plays today. One on that infield base hit of Maben. He didn't get anything out of it. That time, he at least gets the out.
Now Alberto Gonzalez. Vasquez fires a fastball for a strike. Tough to ask a guy that's about to turn 35 to warm up, pitch. There's a ground ball. Gabby's got it. Flip, and Vasquez is there. But the Padres get another run And it's Cameron Maven who stirs it up again with a single and a stolen base. Hudson drives it home. Bottom of the third. Edward Mujica probably will be called upon to pitch in this ball game. Tickets of America interactive poll. Who's the best offseason acquisition for the Marlins? Randy Choate, Greg Dobbs, Omar Infante, Edward Mujica, or Javi Vasquez?
You know, that's a good question, and really you could campaign for any one of those guys.
I think three in particular that you would campaign for. Randy Choate has been lights out as the lefty specialist. Greg Dobbs has given the Marlins more than they could have imagined,
especially the first couple of months of the season.
And Edward Mujica, who leads the team in wins. Now Dustin Mosley turns his attention to Brett Hayes, and he flips up a fastball for a strike.
But I might want to vote for Javier Vasquez just because of what he's doing today. Taking one for the team. And what he's done lately. He's been their best pitcher the last couple of weeks.
There was a note as you look at Vasquez on deck. The pitchers in Major League Baseball with the best winning percentage, two of them are here in this series. One we saw last night, Aaron Harang. He's now 8-2 with the win. Jair Jurgens is 12-3, and Mujica's 8-2. And so their winning percentage is .800. Those three are tied for the best winning percentage in Major League Baseball.
Spoken like a very good campaign manager.
No thanks. Three and two. I told you Mosley gets miserable run support, and Hayes bangs one into left center field. That's a base hit. So the Marlins have their second hit, and Omar Infante bunt single in the first is the other hit. And here comes Vasquez. Now you're down 4-0 here in the bottom of the third. Are you pushing the runner ahead and just trying to get a run on the board?
It's an interesting predicament and decision. If you let Javi swings the bat well, but you always have that fear of a double play, hitting into a double play. I look for him to bunt, try to get on the scoreboard. It's early enough.
There's the bunt. Mosley fires the first in time to get the out. That'll bring up Emilio Bonifacio. Hayes now the runner at second. Mosley had to know that this was going to be a tough year just from his first four starts. His first 4 starts, he gave up 1 run, 2 runs, 1 run, and no runs. And he was 0-3. The Padres were shut out in his first 3 starts of the year. They did not score a run for him. Mosley misses in.
And as always, we keep the Bonifacio hit streak watch. Keep it alive, trying for number 20.
Pulls a ground ball. Hudson gobbles it up. And Bonifacio is 0 for 2 in this ball game. And both of his outs were to Hudson. Omar Infante now comes up. Mets series this weekend includes a Super Saturday on the 23rd. Post-game merengue concert with Fuego and Los Hermanos Rosario. As presented by the Dominican Republic Ministry of Tourism. See the Marlins take on the Mets at 7:10. And Marlins fans will also get an all-star poster courtesy of Franklin Communications. A strike to Infante.
Yeah, Mosley, as you watch him, he's one of those guys who flip a little breaking ball in, move his fastball in and out, not overpowering. There's his curveball. And he was kind of like that, probably why he spent some time in the minor leagues. He was 61-60 with an ERA a little over 4 as a minor leaguer.
That's a pretty good pitch, that last pitch. Phillips kind of shifted around and may have lost the strike for him. 1-1. That one foul back and out of play. Yeah, 3.36 ERA coming in, but a record of just 2-9.
Giving up fewer hits than innings pitched. Only 34 walks coming into the game, just 57 strikeouts. So he's not going to blow the ball by a lot of hitters.
1-2 is pulled foul. Watch this. Camera guy watching. He's one of the in-house cameramen. Oh, kind of small of the back. But he held the camera.
Held on to that expensive camera.
Count 2-2 now. Hayes at third. Marlins down 4-0. That's a pretty good looking pitch. Mosley really ran it back across the plate.
He's had a couple of close pitches that have not gone his way. Let's see if Infante takes advantage.
Three-two coming. Breaking ball, fly ball, left field, and DeNorfia is over for it. He makes the catch. Dustin Mosley is shutting out the Marlins, and the Padres continue a great series. game delayed 2 hours and 29 minutes by rain after one inning was played. AT&T trivia question. We flipped the phone. In 1990, the Padres replaced Jack McKeon as manager. 1990 Padre who replaced Jack McKeon as manager.
I always forget the Larry Bowa years. Were they before or after?
Into left, Morrison is there, and he makes the catch.
Number 26, pitcher Dustin Mosley.
Here is Dustin Mosley now.
Better breaking ball the last couple of innings from Javi. You know, you talk about him all that time in between, trying to re-loosen up. And we've talked about it before. Javier Vasquez, in his long career, has never been on the disabled list.
He is a workout fanatic. He's in terrific shape.
Slower curveball there. And he's trying to do what he's done 11 of 13 years, and that's start 30 or more games. And today's start number 20.
Struck him out. Mosley goes down. So Vasquez, who gave up 3 runs in the first and a run in the third. Now gets the top of the order, Will Venable. Of course, the Padres, who came so close last year to getting to the postseason, they dueled with the Giants till the final day of the season. They went 90 and 72, their most wins since 1998. The big trade in the offseason, Adrian Gonzalez for 4 young prospects from the Boston Red Sox. We've seen Anthony Rizzo, the other big prospect, the Sarasota product, Casey Kelly, who is in San Antonio in Double-A this year and having a very nice year. He's 10-3 with an ERA of 3.99. Kelly was one of the very top prospects, if not the top prospect, for the Red Sox. Well, Vasquez has settled back in as he strikes out a pair here in the fourth. 4-0 San Diego. Florida brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida, lighting the way to better health. It's already been a long day at the ballpark, a noon start. Game was stopped at 12:35, 2.5-hour rain delay, and now the Marlins and the Padres are in the bottom of the fourth as we get closer to 4 o'clock Eastern.
You realize, Rich, that the 1-2-3 inning that Javi Vasquez had last inning, just the third 1-2-3 inning in this series. Hopper had one, Cishek had one, and there were none in the first game of the series.
By the Marlins staff.
By the Marlins staff.
It's the way it's gone. Logan Morrison gave his best effort to put runs on the board. He hit a ball about 410 feet to center field. Cameron Maben went up and grabbed it before it went out of the ballpark.
So another way to put it, the Padres have had base runners every inning but 3.
And the runners in scoring position stat that you gave last inning was just unbelievable. 40 runners in scoring position this series.
Yeah.
We're in the 4th inning of game 3. Maben also made a great diving catch on a Gabby Sanchez liner in the 2nd inning. Morrison rolls over on one. Guzman flips to Mosley, who just gets there in front of Logan Morrison. Let's revisit the AT&T trivia question. 1990, Padres. Who replaced Jack McKeon as manager? Greg Riddock.
Greg Riddock came in, replaced Jack in 1990, midway during the season. Handled the club in 91. Had him in 92. Then Jim Riggleman took over for a couple of years with the Padres, and then the Bochy years after Riggleman.
What, a dozen years for Bruce Bochy? Hanley takes a fastball up. 2-time manager of the year was Bochy, and of course took the Padres to the World Series.
Dozen years, and it's really hard to believe this is Bud Black's 5th year. And I was around it. Larry Boa preceded Jack. Jack took over for Boa in the '88 season after just 46 games.
And Boa took over for Dick Williams? Was there someone between Williams?
Yeah, this is a good one. I'm just looking at the list. Steve Boros.
One of the all-time good guys in baseball.
Had the Padres 1986.
Counts 1 and 2. There is Bud Black. Longview, Washington is where he grew up, but he played his college ball at San Diego State. 15-year career as a big league pitcher. One-two misses away. And it's 2-2 to Hanley Ramirez, who has popped out. Mosley's been stingy. He's given up just the 2 hits. A bunt single by Infante. Hayes' line drive single in the 3rd. 1 strikeout. No walks. He gets a nice pick by Gonzalez, who throws to Guzman for the out. There are 2 outs. Here comes Gabby Sanchez. News around baseball last night centered around one game in terms of a couple of injuries that might impact both the National League West and the National League Central races. The slide by Stephen Drew at home plate, in which he fractured his ankle. It sounds like he'll be out for the rest of the year. That's a big void to fill for the Diamondbacks as they try to chase down the Giants. And Carlos Gomez fracturing his clavicle, making a diving catch in the outfield. You wonder if that turns up the heat on the Brewers with someone like a Carlos Beltran.
Yeah, they have, and he's been hitting well, but not the productive hitter that Gomez is. Nigel Morgan has been playing some center field. You mentioned earlier former Marlin Brett Carroll called up from AAA. Brett Carroll had 15 home runs in AAA.
You wonder if they could move Corey Hart to center field, or if Beltran physically is up to going back and playing center field.
For him to move and then go back to play center field, I don't think so. I mean, he's been able to stay healthy, playing right field.
1-2 to Gabby Sanchez.
And to be honest, just watching highlights and seeing him move a little bit, I don't think he would certainly be able to play like he used to center field.
One-two pitch. Gabby goes down swinging. Dustin Mosley is sticking it in the Marlins' ear right now, and the Padres with a 4-0 lead.
Diego, man of the middle there is Rich Renteria. He's the Padres bench coach in his first year as the bench coach after hailing the chores over at first base for 3 years. His name, Rich Renteria, will always have a special ring for longtime Marlin fans because Renteria was an original Marlin. He really came out of nowhere in the first ever spring training. He was invited up by John Bowles. He was the Mexican batting league champ, had a couple of years in the major leagues with the Pirates in Seattle before that, but was more of an insurance man. And then he just had such a great camp. They kept calling him up for a game here or there. It was really with the AAA club. He kept getting hits and getting hits and getting hits with the big league club in spring training. Jeff Conine calls it one of the best spring trainings he ever saw. He made the club, surprisingly, out of spring training, and Jay Randolph dubbed him the secret weapon. Renteria off the bench at 250 in over 130 games, and in that deal had a lot of big hits, too, for the Marlins. Delightful guy, became a manager in the Marlins minor league system back in 1998, spent a few years there, and most recently, of course, with the Padres. One thing he did battle this year in spring training, got hit with a foul ball, hit off the metal screen, deflected, hit him right in the face, what they call the mustache bone, broke bones in his face. He had some steel wiring put in, actually started the year with the wiring in and got it taken out. But I will tell you this, didn't take away his smile, because he's got one of the great smiles, one of the cheery guys you could ever meet around baseball. Guys?
Yeah, and a lot of the Padres have given him and Dave Roberts a lot of credit for the running game. Renteria kind of got that started.
Yeah, and his fourth this season as a Padre coach.
The Padres bullpen, apparently Star Wars fans. Princess Leia look is in vogue.
See, there's the Yoda backpack there.
Maben has another hit. How about this? Cameron Maben has come back to Miami, and he is eating his old team alive. 3 for 3 in this one, 8 for 13 in this series. He scored 5 runs. He's stolen 4 bases. Today he's robbed Logan Morrison of a home run and Gabby Sanchez of a base hit.
And you got all kinds of speed on the bases now with Bartlett and Maben. It's one of those, it's a series where you don't know where to play a guy if you're in the infield, because just about every ball that's been hit by the Padres finds a hole. A couple of times the infield has been cheating for double play, and ball's been hit in the hole. Go the other way, ball goes up the middle. So it's been that kind of series.
And as you pointed out, the Padres have had a great approach in this series. If they're pitched away, they hit it away. They've driven balls up the middle. Have a little trouble with that one.
It's a fitting.
There you go.
It's a fitting down there.
No, he said, no, man. Don't make me do that. No. I think he's more of a 7 3/4.
Yeah, I think he said that one used to belong to Bruce Bochy.
I think Bochy's hat size was 8, wasn't it? He and Shrek. Who was Shrek? It was Kevin Mensch.
Kevin Mensch.
They had the biggest hat sizes in all of baseball. See, when you're a bullpen and your collective ERA is in the low 2s, man, you can dress up any way you want. And it's a great way to stay cool, too.
It's an interesting design.
It's a Princess Leia look.
Well, I understand that, but it's not easy to do.
I'm not sure who
to come up with that. Not sure what that one is. Oh, yeah. That's the old rat tail in the shower.
Josh Spence. Jesus Guzman at the plate. Bartlett at second. Maben at first. High pop up. Hanley in shallow left field will make the catch. So Vasquez trying to get through this 5th inning without any more damage. And here comes Orlando Hudson. Hudson has had a busy series. 4 hits. 4 for 9. Drove in a run with a base hit in the 3rd.
Boy, think about it, Rich. Javi Vasquez, about 86 pitches now. 2.5 hours in between. Extra warm-up pitches.
So he was warming up at, say, what, 11:40?
11:40, yeah.
And it's approaching 4 o'clock here in the East. That's a long day for a starting pitcher. Bartlett has a huge lead, and he's running. Hayes' throw is on the bag, and he's safe. Wow. Bartlett had not a walking lead, but a running lead. Hayes made a perfect throw. Bonifacio, I don't know if he got the glove down there or not. Let's see.
To make it this close with the kind of lead and jump Bartlett got is amazing, and a tremendous effort by Brett Hayes.
He got in there.
You heard people yelling as Bartlett was dancing off. Vasquez didn't hear. He continued on to the plate, but a great effort by Brett Hayes to make it that close. And guess what? Another stolen base for Maben on the back end, too.
It has been a complete breakdown by the Marlins in this series in terms of stopping the running game. The Padres have absolutely run wild on them.
Well, and as we mentioned, you know, the Mets advanced scouts, they're writing that in bold letters in their report to Terry Collins.
And in that situation, that's on the pitcher. I mean, a veteran pitcher like Javi Vasquez cannot allow Jason Bartlett to get a running lead at second base.
If you check him, you have to step off. If he's dancing the way he was that far off the bag.
Or if you're an infielder, you have to communicate to the pitcher. Step off. So Bartlett at third. The bags are loaded. Chris DeNorfia, the hitter. And he fouls it off his foot. The Marlins gambled with an intentional walk yesterday in what became an enormous inning for the Padres. And they intentionally walked Orlando Hudson. Jesus Guzman followed with a 3-run double. Jack McKeon gambling here, another intentional walk to load the bases.
Well, Jason Bartlett will easily surpass his season high total of 30 stolen bases a couple of years ago with Tampa.
Vasquez misses up. 3-1. "94 pitches for Javier Vasquez. And he walks Denorfia. 5-0 San Diego. Jack McKeon has seen enough. And you got to salute Javi Vasquez for coming back after a 2.5-hour rain delay after he started the game. He gave the Marlins 3 innings of work after the delay. But he leaves, and here comes Brian Sanchez.
It's time now for the third inning.
When you need a car, truck or van, who you gonna call? Rudy!
Superman hair color. Mets are here for the weekend. 6:30 starts for Marlins Live on Friday and Saturday. Mike Pelfrey and Chris Volstad open the series. As we look forward to the upcoming schedule, you can live forward with Just for Men hair color. Alberto Gonzalez will face Brian Sanchez, who takes over 5-0 San Diego. Sanchez makes his 29th appearance. And Gonzalez goes after a fastball and fouls it back. Gonzalez is 0 for 2. The Padres 5 runs, 8 hits. Vasquez went as deep as he could. But the circumstances, you've got a hot Padre team. You had a pitcher that warmed up at 11:45, pitched a strenuous first inning in which the Padres scored 3 runs. Was in the middle of the second inning when lightning and rain stopped the game. And I'm sure stayed loose by throwing in the tunnel for 2.5 hours before coming back out.
Yeah, he had to have done something. But what a great effort in doing what he did for this ball club.
Which makes the performance of Dustin Mosley even more impressive. Because Mosley, who was good to start, he worked a scoreless first. He had the same delay. He had the same routine as Vasquez.
He also had a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, well, now he's got a 5-0 lead. Ball in the air. Peterson coming in. Runner is tagging. It's Maben. He's coming home. Peterson's throw to the plate. He is out at the plates. Great throw by Peterson, who pitched an inning last night and throws a strike from center field to cut down Cameron Maben. 5-0 Padres. Brian Peterson, but Cameron Maben looked like he was safe at home plate.
Yeah, but just to factor in, he threw an inning last night as a pitcher. Watch Cameron Maben's left leg. The foot that looks like it crosses the plate that tags up on that right knee. But either way, 99% of the time when that throw beats the runner the way that did, and with the situation around baseball with collisions at home plate, that one's going to be called.
Of course, we got to look at it in slow motion, in full speed.
But the bottom line is Brian Peterson aired it out, and aired out a strike to Brett Hayes.
No argument from Maben, no argument from Bud Black. Mike Stanton will lead it off. You got Peterson to follow, then Brett Hayes in a 5-0 ball game.
Well, a lot of firsts for Brian Peterson the last couple of days. First, the pitcher's appearance last night. That was his first outfield assist in the major leagues.
Stanton takes outside. Mike has bounced out. And Dustin Mosley sends a breaking ball that Stanton dumps into center field.
Can't believe Maben didn't catch that.
For a
What's
base
going
hit.
on?
He has caught just about everything else, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Sundays on Fox Sports Florida, join Tom Brokaw for Boys in the Hall, the personal stories of some of baseball's greatest legends. This week, Warren Spahn, Boys in the Hall, Sundays, presented by Subway Restaurants, where winners eat. Now Peterson. Remember, the Marlins had to make the pitching change with Brian Sanchez, so he's due up fourth this inning, 2 hitters away, and
can't be making any more changes.
No one's thrown in the pen, so you're going to see a Brian Sanchez at bat.
And you bet Bud Black knows that too, depending how this inning unfolds.
Peterson called out on strikes in the second. That's the only strikeout for Mosley. This game, the first to start in baseball. And at this rate, will be close to finishing when the night games start.
Well, Seattle and Toronto, they're done. Toronto beat Seattle 7-5. Cardinals beat the Mets.
Mets might be here already.
They'll get here in time for the last couple innings for sure.
Peterson pulls it foul. Counts 2-1. That's a good 2-0 swing. Got around on it.
Got around, pulled it, got the good part of the bat on it.
Drive to center, and Maben stays on his feet and makes the catch.
But another well-struck ball.
Here comes Brett Hayes.
It just has been that kind of series. Every once in a while that happens. But you don't usually see, I guess what I'm amazed at, you go through periods during the season where you hit the ball hard and they're at people, but you don't usually see such a drastic difference. Every ball the Padres have hit this series, been hit hard, they've found holes, gotten key base hits, and it's just been the opposite for the Marlins.
Well, Mike Dunn is up, and so if the Marlins get something going, quite possibly Jack McKeon might pull the trigger on a pinch hitter. But to do that, Hayes has to get on base.
Yeah, I don't think you'd do it with one on.
Well, as longtime Padre fans know, McKeon is not a conventional manager. Marlin fans are well aware of that. Jack does not manage by the book. At least not anybody else's book. Maybe his book. 1-1.
And really, in this series, he hasn't had a whole lot of opportunities to manage.
When one pitch runs inside. Yeah, it's hard to manage when you're down 5-0 or 13-0 this last
early.
night. Not much you could do but tell guys, hey, maybe take a strike or look at your lineup card and figure out how you're going to get through the game with your bullpen. Hayes hits a sharp ground ball and it kicks off of Bartlett. And the Marlins now have runners at first and second, and I think that's going to be the end of Sanchez. And up comes Greg Dobbs. And so just like that, Jack McKeon says it's 5-0. It's the middle of the game. May not get many shots against this Padre bullpen later. Might as well take one now.
Yeah, and you're also ensuring yourself a matchup in your favor. The left-handed bat of Dobbs against the right-handed throwing Mosley.
Two good at bats by Brett Hayes. The base hit in the third. That a sharply hit ball. It does go as an error.
And again, and I say these things because there will be those who will say, well, he's just complaining. I say it to point out what's happened in this series. Padres hit a ball like that, it's in the hole. It's between third and short. That's the way things have gone in this series. Fortunately, the Marlins this time got a break with Bartlett's error. I'm not an apologist, Rich. You know that.
So Dobbs stands in for his pinch hitting appearance. That being said, had the Marlins found a few gaps and the Padres found a few gloves with their line drives, I think the Marlins would still be down 2-0 in the series.
Probably so, because of the way they've hit the ball. They've hit a lot more balls harder.
There you go.
And they've pitched better. A whole lot better.
Dobbs hits that ball in the air to center. Maben comes in and he makes the catch. So the Marlins fire one of their pinch hitting weapons early, and Greg Dobbs flies out. Here comes Bonifacio now. He's 0 for 2. Has yet to extend his hit streak.
Trust me, from someone who's done a lot of that stuff off the bench, when you are in a situation and your club has been struggling scoring runs, and you are used as that bullet off the bench, there's always a little more pressure on you. And you're pinch hitting for the pitcher. Now Jack's got to maneuver the bullpen a little differently.
Oh and 1. 2 ground balls to Orlando Hudson. That's the day for Bonifacio. Liner, base hit into center field. Stanton around third. He's going to score. 20 games now for Bonifacio. Marlins are on the board. Hayes stops at second.
He just continues to put the bat on the ball. That's a good pitch, too. Probably out of the strike zone. Yes, it was. Shatters his bat, hits it off the end of the bat, but directly up the middle. So the error that time, the Marlins have taken advantage of.
And the inning continues. Infante is 1 for 2. You saw the 20 games now for Bonifacio. Bonifacio and Hayes with Infante waiting on a 1-0.
Just made an announcement the last 20-game hitting streak, other than Luis Castillo, took it 35. Greg Colbert.
I think they've just issued a correction to that.
See, that's what I get. Yeah, that's what I get for listening out of the other ear.
No, you listened correctly. They did announce Greg Colburn, the longest hit streak since Colburn in 95 or 96.
96.
But obviously Luis Castillo's happened after that. So
I was trying to correct it as I was going along. In midstream.
I think everybody just needs some sleep. Here's the 2-1. And it's down low. So 3-1. Infante's in a hitter's count. Infante is one of those guys that has sprayed line drives all over the place in this series.
And if he should walk, all of a sudden the Marlins get the tying run to the plate.
Liner in the right center field. That's going to get in. It's going to roll to the wall. It'll score 2. Hayes will score. Bonifacio will score. Infante's got a triple.
How many times have we seen San Diego hitters go into that right center field gap? So the Marlins were due one. Great stroke. Great 3-1 swing by Omar Infante. There it is. Takes it inside out. That's beautiful. It's his second base hit today. It splits the gap, and he ends up at third, and 2 more runs come in.
Padre pitching coach Darren Balsley out to the mound. You got to know that San Diego is in the same situation with the Marlins with their starter, with Dustin Mosley. He warmed up at 11:45, pitched an inning, and then tried to stay loose for 2.5 hours before they resumed this game. Mosley has pitched into the 5th, but the Marlins have put their first 3 runs on the board. Here's Morrison, who all but hit it out in the first inning. The play that Maven made the leaping catch on in center field.
And these have all been unearned runs against the Padre right-hander.
And the Princess Leia outfits are all gone in the bullpen. Now it's business.
It's business down there now.
Yeah. A strike from Mosley. And it's 1-1. Morrison, and a ground ball to second. Hudson has it, and the Gold Glover throws over to first. Marlins get 3, climb within 2, 5-3.
Béisbol está disponible en español vía Zap y es presentado por KFC.
Well, we've been here all day, and so have Joe and Cookie. Hi, guys.
Absolutely. It seemed like the sun came out, and it's a beautiful afternoon here, and we came back with 3 runs, so that we're still in the game.
Yeah, the sun came out, and the Marlins got back in the game, just 2 down. What have you seen, Cookie, in this series? I mean, I'm just amazed at how 2 teams, the Marlins were playing so well, the Padres were not playing well, and all of a sudden it's just the opposite.
Well, the only thing I can say, Tommy, is that when you look at the San Diego Padres, you know, that we saw during their whole first half, they couldn't hit and then had good pitching. And then the defense has been tremendous with Maven in center field, saving quite a few runs there with his catches. And then all of a sudden, they all started to make contact, and they got hits all over the place. And it's a different ball club totally what we saw first in the first half. And they have great pitching.
I think the sunshine has given new life to the Marlins.
Yeah, I like that, Joe.
But not to us yet, so we're still waiting for that jolt of energy. And it looks like as Dunn gets ready to go, Omar Infante needed some sunglasses.
Yep.
And Gabby Sanchez brought him some. So sunglasses on, ready to rock and roll. All right, guys, have a good show.
All right, guys.
All right.
I tell you what, I want to be, there are 2 groups of campers that are still here. There's one behind home plate, one over the third base side. I want to go to either one of those camps. You know why? Because they're still here.
That's right.
Everybody else left. I like those camps.
Kyle Phillips now. It's so imperative that the Marlins bullpen hold the line at this point, because the Padres have seemingly scored at will in this series.
Couple of innings last night for Mike Dunn. He gave up 4 hits and 1 run.
Kyle Phillips fouls it back. You got Phillips, then Dustin Mosley, the pitcher, is on deck. Then the top of the order, and Will Venable. 27,143. We're here at one point. As we told you, they expected 18 to 20,000 campers here on camp day. Dunn misses away. 2-1. Pitch. And Mike Dunn misses up and in, and he walks the leadoff hitter. Present your Miccosukee Ultimate Rewards Players Club card. The stadium box office starting 2 hours prior to any Marlins home game. Get a $10 discount on up to 8 infield box seats. Offer cannot be combined and is subject to availability. Miccosukee Resort and Gaming. Get in the game.
Mosley is staying in.
Well, with the leadoff walk, he's got an opportunity to try to bunt Phillips up. But Dunn, not only facing a left-handed hitter, there's the bunt. Bonifacio goes to first and almost throws it away. Infante, a nice matrix-like move to make the catch and then spin and tag the bag. I mean, Dunn comes in and he's facing Kyle Phillips, who's hitting $185. And is a left-handed hitter, and he walks him.
Yeah, it just shouldn't happen. It just shouldn't happen. Now you set the stage for another runner in scoring position for the Padres.
What is that, like 42 or 43 now?
It's low to mid 40s.
And you got Will Venable coming up.
You get to the point now, because of the way the pitchers have been used and what's happened, you can't send a guy out there and hope to mix and match in an inning.
Nope.
You send him out there, as we've seen Jack do. We've seen Jack get through an inning with 3 pitchers. You can't do that now.
Dunn is out in front of Venable 0-2. Venable doubled in the first. He's had a great series, 5 hits. Not a Maben-like series, but pretty close, and a pair of strikeouts. Cameron Maben is 3 for 3 with 2 stolen bases today and has 8 hits in the series. That one is fouled off and out of play.
Runner in scoring position, number 45.
That is amazing. And this is game number 3 of the series.
They've not been quite as efficient today. 3 for 11 today. 10 for 20 last night with runners in scoring position, and 4 for 13 in game 1.
Venable sprays one to short. Hanley's going to go to third, and Phillips is going to be out. So Kyle Phillips gambling that he could get to third.
Not a good gamble. He doesn't run well, and the ball was in front of him. Not a good play at all on his part. The heads-up play by Hanley to get the throw right there. Now you have to be careful of Venable stealing.
Jason Bartlett has hurt the Marlins with 5 hits, and he's played in only 2 games of the series. That was close.
Watch Bonifacio's foot. That keeps him from getting to the bag.
Yeah, that's all well and good until you get spiked.
Yeah, until somebody comes in on that ankle real hard.
Bartlett swings and misses, and it's 0-1. Rockies and Braves have begun. In fact, they've progressed pretty rapidly. Bottom of the 4th in Colorado, 4-3 Rockies. Cargo is homered, his 15th. Jason Hayward is homered for Atlanta, his 10th. 0-2. In the American League,
Cargo getting hot. He had a walk-off.
In the American League, Texas trails the Angels 1-0 in the 3rd. And a throw over to first. Terry Collins, the Mets manager, saying that he expects David Wright in the lineup tomorrow night. Bartlett fouls off the 0-2 pitch. The Blue Jays beat Seattle. That's 12 in a row that Seattle has lost. Toronto with that win, now a game over 500. But still a ways back in the East and in the wild card. 0-2, he got him. So Mike Dunn comes in and works a scoreless 6th as the Fish try to chip away at this Padre lead. right in the world's most dangerous tape room today at Sun Life Stadium. Marlins and Padres. Rich Waltz, Tommy Hutton, Craig Minervini, Jeff Conine. We're the folks in front of the cameras and on the microphones, but a much bigger tip of the cap to our Fox Sports Florida crew and all the technicians, the men and women that bring you these telecasts. This has been a very difficult turnaround. Last night, a night game and a noon start, and so not a lot of sleep for everybody.
I think it's interesting as the inning begins, the bullpen is already working for the Padres. It's a short leash right now for Mosley.
Mosley's at 74 pitches, and if you just walked into the game and said, well, why, with a 5-3 lead at 74 pitches, does he have a short leash? Hanley rolls this one up the middle. Bartlett to his left. That's because this game actually started at noon Eastern time. At 12:30, lightning and rain stopped the game. And for 2.5 hours, everybody sat here and watched and waited. They resumed the game. And so here, 4:30, or approximately 4:30 Eastern time, you have Mosley, who got loose obviously about 11:45 this morning, having to stay loose for that 2.5 hour span, and that one of the reasons that Javier Vasquez is out of the ballgame, the starting pitcher for the Marlins. So it's been tough for everybody. Gabby goes after a low pitch. You could hear Hudson call for it.
The other thing you do, Rich, you start looking at the next series with the Mets coming to town. You mentioned the matchup, Pelfrey against Chris Volstad. Well, Chris Volstad, his last outing went 3 innings. Of course, a lot of that was because Jack took him out. But it becomes ever so important for him to try to go deep into the game, because all of a sudden you're going to have guys in the bullpen and their arms are going to be hanging.
Mike Stanton takes a strike. Stanton has bounced out and has singled. 2 outs here in the 6th. And it's hot again. I mean, it was broiling. I think it was 92 degrees at game time with high humidity. Then the rain came, and the temperatures have shot back up there.
But it's hotter, I think, in the Padre dugout because they're not used to this.
Well, they're sure enjoying their stay.
Yeah, they are.
Padres have played well.
They hope they get invited back. They'll have to wait till next year, though, and it'll be much more comfortable then.
Marlins will be headed to San Diego for a 4-game series. Mosley thought he had a strike. Counts 3-2. You can see Phillips. That ball to left off the end of the bat. DeNorfia there, and he makes the catch. Phillips put down changeup. Mosley shook him off once, put it down again, and he gets Stanton out.
Rich, thank you very much. Edward Mujica is coming into the game. He has pitched 8 innings so far, and getting the 8 wins, rather. He's pitched 9 in the 3rd innings. We asked the players, though, if they knew how many innings he's pitched in getting these 8 wins.
9 1/3.
4 1/3? 4 2/3?
Try again.
25, maybe 30.
No.
8. I'll guess 8.
He hasn't pitched over 15 innings.
Well, some of the guys were around it. Burke Badenop, amazingly, was right on it with 9 in the 3rd innings. Cishek was at 25 or 30 innings. We're talking about just the innings he pitched in the games where he got a victory. And give the Hopper credit again. He said, I just took a stab at it. I did not know the answer. In fact, he was the first guy we asked that question. 9 in the 3rd, the answer. Take it away.
It's because Hopper is a baseball savant. Guy that can name any minor league affiliate.
Yeah, he showed me something
mascot.
when he did that, yeah.
Wes Helms in the ball game. Emilio Bonifacio ends up in right field. Jack having to make a double switch. And as painful as it is to take Mike Stanton and that bat out of the game, Jack has got to do it because he doesn't have a lot of arms in that pen.
And he knows he can get a couple of innings, maybe 3 out of Mujica.
Maben, a bouncer. Hanley spinning, throwing. He is safe. He beat it. Another base hit for Cameron Maben. 4 for 4 in this ball game. 9 for 14 in the series. Wow.
Number 15, first baseman, Jesus Guzman.
JM Lexus presents leaders of the game. How about infield hits? 2 of the best in the National League here. Bonifacio with 23. And Maben now with 22. That's his 2nd infield hit of the ball game. JM Lexus, price made us #1. Click jmlexus.com to find out how. And of course, the Padre running game has been superb. They've stolen 3 more bases in this game. Stole the bag last night. Had 5 stolen bases in game 1. Guzman. He's had some big hits. 2-run double in the first. Last night, Guzman drove in 4 with an RBI single and a bases loaded double that drove in 3.
Yeah, he didn't start that first game. We saw Anthony Rizzo at first base.
Got him. Picked him off. So Mujica, feeling that Maben was going to run, and the Marlins pick off Cameron Maben.
Well, it was a correct feeling because Maben, watch Maben. Yeah, a little bit of a lean, and it cost him in a quick move by Mujica, who might be one of the quickest over to first base. Got him up on the shoulder just before the hand got on the bag. Nicely done. Good tag, too, by Gabby.
Good live fastball by Mujica. It's 2-1. Mujica, of course, a former Padre. He and Ryan Webb coming over in the Cameron Maben trade. Webb injured with the sore shoulder. To right, Bonifacio battling the sun, and he makes the catch.
Put him anywhere, and he plays very good defense. Yeah, Mujica actually signed initially with the Cleveland Indians organization and went their minor leagues, went up to Cleveland a little bit, a couple of times. But the last couple of years, 09 and 2010, with San Diego.
Chad Qualls getting ready. The back end of that Padre bullpen, very good. San Diego with a 2-run lead here in the 7th. Hudson takes outside. (2-0). Mujica for Mike Dunn. Javier Vasquez pitched 4 1/3. Yeah, Brian Sanchez finishing off an inning. That's a foul ball. Dunn for an inning, and now Mujica. And with that double switch, as Tommy pointed out, that's an indication that Jack wants more than one out of this right-hander. You talk about the Marlins bullpen and how taxed it's been. The one guy who's fresh as a daisy is their closer, Leo Nunez, because the Marlins haven't sniffed a save in the first 2 games. Hanley calling, Hanley catching. And a nice inning by Edward Mujica. 7th inning stretch. It only took about 5 hours to get here. Top, it's the bottom of the 7th. The National League East standings brought to you by New Degree Men. Everest responds to increases in adrenaline so you can keep your cool for longer. There you have it. The Phillies on top of the East. The Braves 4.5 back. And then you've got the Nationals, the Mets, the Marlins. The Marlins will have the Mets in here this weekend and then head to Washington. We'll also make a stop in Atlanta.
There's a look at Chad Qualls. The Marlins saw Qualls a little bit for an inning number 7 in that first game, and he gave up just a base hit. Got a double play to get out of the inning, so he's part of that bullpen that's been so terrific for San Diego, and that's one of the reasons at this point they have the advantage because of their starting pitchers and the way the games have gone. Their bullpen's at full strength right now.
Full strength and lots of weapons. Padres bullpen at 2.77. That's the ERA coming into play. Qualls leads the Padres with 48 appearances now. And up the middle, Brian Peterson knocks a single into center field. So the Marlins bottom of the 7th starts out on a positive note. Peterson lined out his last time up.
He, Rich, has stayed with his approach. Remember when he first came up, he got in a lot of games. And we were commenting on his approach, a little more patient. And then when Mike Cameron came aboard, his playing time diminished. But the times and opportunities he's gotten, he has stayed with that same approach. That's good for a young player. Good to see that.
Remember, Wes Helms is in the 9 spot, so he's on deck. Falls with a breaking ball for a strike. Brett Hayes singled in the 3rd, reached on Jason Bartlett's error on a hard hit ball in the 5th, and he came around to score on the Omar Infante triple. Infante knocked home 2. Emilio Bonifacio drove in a run with a single. Hayes hits a fly ball in the center. You can see the sun shining in the sunglasses of Maben. So one out here in the bottom of the 7th. So here's Helms for his first at bat of the ball game. In the double switch, the Marlins removed Mike Stanton from the game.
And that's why it was a tough call. You hate to remove a guy who with one swing can get you right back in it. But on the other hand, if you don't make that move, you have Mujica coming up right here.
And obviously, if you pinch hit for Mujica, your options in the bullpen are extremely limited. Helms lines it into left field, a base hit. So not a pinch hitting appearance, but it sure must have felt like one for Helms. And now you got Bonifacio coming up, down by 2 with 1 out. Tomorrow night is one of the all-you-can-eat nights at club level ticket. All the hot dogs, peanuts, nachos, popcorn, and soda you want, all for one low price. Tomorrow night, Marlins and Mets, 305-626-SAVE, or go to marlins.com. Bonifacio's hit streak at 20. He drove in a run with a base hit his last time up. Fouls it back to the screen. It's 0-1. Qualls can still bring it. Quality reliever, a guy that has closed in the big leagues.
Yeah, good fastballs and sliders. Adams and Spence.
Qualls a long-time Astro. 3 years with Arizona. Finished the season last year with the Rays. Bonifacio, a chopper. Hudson backing up, shovels for an out, and that's it. So there are 2 outs with speed at the corners. Bonifacio at first, Peterson at second.
See if Bonifacio is thinking about stealing. Of course, he represents the tying run.
You'd like to get him in scoring position.
Yeah, you would.
But you also don't want to end the inning with Infante at the plate and a runner at third. But you never know. You got good speed at third base, too, with Peterson. Infante delivered a big hit. He's 2 for 3. The 2-run triple in the 5th inning. Ball's slow to the plate and misses outside. And now that the Marlins have seen that, be interested to see if Bonifacio is on the move.
You know, through scouting reports, you usually know that, but you also kind of like to see it, too, one time.
Of course, you got to be aware of the step towards third and spin towards first.
That move. We've actually seen that move a couple of times this year, half work.
Yeah, it works so well that the pitcher turns and he's stunned to see that he's got the guy picked off and he didn't make the throw.
One time it was Ricky Nolasco.
No, Infante now climbs back in with a count 1-0. This has been an epic 5 hours in the making here in South Florida. Runner goes. Good jump. Stolen base. Bonifacio, his 19th of the season. And so our speculation was on the nose there. Jack McKeon wanted to get that second run in scoring position.
Yeah, and also for Bonifacio, 14 out of 15 during this streak that he's been on. and stolen bases.
This game started at noon, got to 12:30, 2.5-hour rain delay, game resumed, starters long gone, 2-0 pitch, and a strike to Infante. In a series that has been dominated by the San Diego Padres, the Marlins and Padres entered this 3-game series headed in opposite directions. The Marlins, the hottest team in the National League, the Padres, the coldest. The Padres had lost 8 of 9. The Marlins had won 9 of 10. But you wouldn't know it from watching the first 2 games of the series. And Infante pops this one down the line. After it is Hudson, and Orlando Hudson lays out and makes the catch, crashes against the wall, holds on, and is in need of some intention. Boy, Todd Hutchinson, the trainer of the Padres, in full sprint. Orlando Hudson, one of the great defensive second basemen in the game. He's won 4 Gold Gloves, makes a spectacular catch to finish the bottom of the 7th. And the Padres training staff obviously concerned for Hudson. That's a padded area down there that does have a rotating sign. And Hudson getting to that hard rubber warning track, laying out, making the catch. And the Padres obviously concerned about their second baseman. That finishes the bottom of the 7th. Spectacular play. We'll be back after this. Emergency cart is out there. Orlando Hudson is still down, being tended to by the trainers of the San Diego Padres after making a spectacular catch and then crashing headfirst into the padded area with signage along the first base side. Here's another look at the catch.
Watch Guzman, the first baseman. He peels out of the way. Hudson takes over and then just lays that shoulder. You saw after he caught the ball. Watch this. Watch it. He catches it. Then he realizes where he is. He looks right at that wall, puts the arm down to brace himself, and then crashes into that padded wall. But there's also a brace, kind of a post in that area. Hard to speculate. Very hard to speculate what that could be. Both training staffs are out there. But just a tremendous play from a Gold Glove second baseman.
Yeah, 4 times over. A 2-time All-Star. Hudson signed to a 2-year deal with the Padres, coming over from the Twins. Bud Black is out there. Cameron Maben, a former Marlin. Both the Marlin trainers out there as well. And the Padres obviously concerned about their second baseman. This is it's treacherous stuff when you've got the fake warning track. It's sort of a hard rubber. One of only 2 multi-purpose stadiums left that house the NFL and Major League Baseball.
Yeah, the other thing too, Rich, every once in a while you'll see an outfielder go into that slide mode when he knows he's getting close to the wall. But Hudson couldn't do that because of the way he was making that catch. He was reaching out in more of a diving situation, and then once he hit the turf, he crashed into the wall.
You saw the neck brace as the paramedics now have taken over from the Padres training staff. And both Padre and Marlin players standing and watching and concerned at this point in time. It was one of those plays where you weren't sure who was going to make it, and you saw Guzman just get it the heck out of the way.
And I'm sure he did because Hudson was calling for it. He heard Hudson make the call, got out of the way, and then the crash. He held on. It's just amazing that he held on to the baseball in the glove. Umpire came over, first base umpire Tim Timmons.
Yeah, they immediately, you can see that Todd Hutchinson, the Padre trainer, and a really good one, he immediately got there and stabilized his head. He is moving. You can see the arms moving. Hudson is conscious and moving, but every precaution being taken right now. Sean Cunningham, Marlins trainer.
And a huge out. I mean, the out ended the inning. And if it drops or if the ball comes out, it gives Omar Infante another chance. And Infante's gotten a couple of hits today, one a real big one.
You've got the paramedics and you have both trainers, Todd Hutchinson and Sean Cunningham, in there. And so Hudson will be taken from the field. His concerned teammates, a crowd that originally was at 27,000 with camp day here. They had 20,000 campers to start the day. After the 2.5-hour rain delay, they've all gone home. There's a look at Hudson. And our best wishes and prayers are with him right now. One of the great defenders of his era at second base, a guy that always is off the charts in terms of range factor, and always a frequent guest on highlight reels, defensive highlight reels.
Now reaching up there, getting a handshake from Hanley. A well wish. Yeah, a couple of time All-Star for the O-Dog. So we really do wish our best for Orlando Hudson.
And we'll try to get you a report with Craig Minervini down on the field. And if we do get any word from the Padres, we'll try to pass that along as quickly as we can. Very quick response by the paramedic team here at Sun Life Stadium. Hudson giving the thumbs up as he goes by. That's always a good sign. You can see him moving the hands.
Yeah.
And Hudson obviously will be taken to a nearby hospital, and we will we'll give you an update when we can. As the Marlins and the Padres finish off a 3-game series here in Miami. This has been such a long day for both ball clubs. A day game after a night game and a noon start with a 2.5-hour rain delay in the middle of it has pushed this all the way past 5 o'clock in the East. Edward Mujica on the mound for the Marlins, and Chris Denorfia will lead off in the 8th inning. It's a 5-3 ball game. The Padres, as we were telling you, had dominated this series with a win in game 1 of 4-0, a 14-3 win last night, and here this afternoon a 5-3 San Diego lead late.
Well, 4 runs, 11 hits the first game of the series, 14 runs, 20 hits last night. And so far today, they're 5 runs along with 9 base hits.
So Denorfia takes a strike, and then we're back underway.
But the strike throwing machine, Edward Mujica out there, just starts things with a strike and another.
Bouncer up the middle. Infante makes the play and throws Denorfia out. Alberto Gonzalez now. He is 0 for 3.
You know, we've talked about it a couple of times with Mujica. 2 years ago in 09, he had 4 starts with the Padres. He was in 67 games, but 4 of those games as a starter in an emergency role. But he's so valuable in the role that he's been in.
For Jack McKeon, that role has been good luck charm. Hanley across and makes the play. And there are 2 outs. And McKeon, I think, hoping that that works out again in this ball game, because Mujica has had that knack, and you heard Craig Minervini talk about it. That knack of coming in, finishing an inning, getting an out here or there, and ending up with a win.
And his spot in the order will come up 4th when the Marlins bat in the bottom of the 8th.
Marlins' options in terms of pinch hitters kind of thinned with Wes Helms coming into the ball game. Greg Dobbs has already appeared. We do have a John Buck and a Mike Cameron available.
Left side, you have a Dwayne Wise.
This is Kyle Phillips. Padres do not get a lot of pop out of their catchers. Phillips, a good receiver, though, today. He's done a nice job of handling Mosley. Of course, I say that, and last night, Rob Johnson, who started the night a career 196 hitter, had 3 hits and raised his career average, I think, up like to 198 or 199.
Yeah, just a touch under the Mendoza line.
Mujica gets him. So Edward Mujica comes in and gives Jack McKeon 2 scoreless innings. We'll see if he is a lucky charm. For the 8th. Now the Padres, with the injury to Hudson, have made a variety of changes. Local product Anthony Rizzo is at first base. It's like Alberto Gonzalez has shifted over to second to take Hudson's spot.
We've seen that move made before by the Padres. And coming in to play third base is Logan Forsythe. But the key is Mike Adams, the new pitcher on the mound. Another minuscule ERA. 43 Ks, 9 walks. A lot of cutters, a lot of good cutters from Mike Adams.
Boy, this Padre bullpen, you deliver the ball game to them with a 2-run lead in the 8th, and they're very, very good and very, very efficient at bringing home a win. The Marlins, who have been playing from behind this entire series. The Marlins have not had the lead at any point in this series. Morrison, Hanley, and Gabby Sanchez. Then the pitcher's spot, and Morrison swings over the top, and it's 0-2. As Tommy pointed out, not only a great catch by Orlando Hudson, but a key catch with a couple of runners in scoring position and 2 outs. To Lomo.
More cutters from Mike Adams.
Adams, who was in Milwaukee's bullpen for parts of 3 seasons. Texas A&M Kingsville. And he strikes out Logan Morrison. And he has been good for some time for the Padres. This is his 4th year in their bullpen. He came into this year in his 3 years with San Diego with an ERA of 1.81.
Tough series, by the way, for Logan Morrison. Just 1 for 13 now. And an 0 for 4 today.
Hanley Ramirez now is 0 for 3. Adams, a lot of elbows and knees, and then the ball just explodes out of his hand.
Yeah, it's one thing to talk about his breaking ball and his cutter, but then you add to it that delivery that he has.
That one misses in.
That one kind of backed up. Here's a look at that Mike Adams delivery.
Adams is not a young guy. He's 32. And he fouls it back.
We talked about him last night, a guy that's name has been out there as far as trade rumors.
One-two pitch. He strikes out Hanley Ramirez. Well, he just looks nasty right now. It's amazing. A guy like Adams, with this type of arm and this type of numbers, you would think, high round draft pick, got to the big leagues quick, and none of those things are true. He was signed by the Brewers as a non-drafted free agent in 2001. Was in the minor leagues, a few stints with Milwaukee, but still a lot of time in the minor leagues. Cleveland.
He was in the Mets organization a little bit in the minor leagues.
Mets got him in 2006, in May of 2006. And then he was claimed off waivers a month later by Cleveland from the Mets, and the Padres traded for him 2 weeks after that. And whether it's Bud Black or Darren Balsley or just experience.
Maybe a Kevin Towers.
Well, Kevin Towers, one of the best best at spotting guys like Adams. But man, as a Padre in 08, 2.48 ERA, 09, 0.73 last year, 1.76. It's incredible.
Executive VP and GM now, Jed Hoyer, with San Diego.
So I guess it just goes to show, if you look hard enough, there are guys out there like this that you can find, and sometimes they don't blossom until they're 27, 28. Which has kind of been the case with Adams. 1-2 coming. Gabby, a roller up the middle. Gonzalez to his right, flips to Rizzo. And Mike Adams works a 1-2-3. 8th inning. To the 9th, 5-3 Padres. On top of the Marlins, Cameron Maben's return to South Florida has been a triumphant one for him. Not only does he have 4 hits in this ball game, but our checkers double are the 2 catches he's made. That first one robbed Logan Morrison, that one robbed Gabby Sanchez.
Yeah, just an unbelievable series for Cameron Maben, supplying our checkers double of the game. There's Dwayne Wise, some changes. Both sides making a few changes. Leo Nunez now in the game. Peterson moves from center over to right field. Now you have to follow the bouncing Bonifacio. First we'll look at Wes Helms, who goes from third to first, and Bonifacio comes back into third.
And for the first time in this series, we get a look at Chase Headley, and there's Leo Nunez on the mound. Nunez, the Marlins closer. He's had a very good season. Headley has not played in the last 4 games with a strained right calf. Actually had an MRI on Saturday. Battling an ankle and a calf. And it's amazing that the Padres have had as much offensive success in this series without him.
Yeah, he's been their primary third baseman, but he's disposed of quickly by Leo Nunez.
Yeah, Headley leads National League third baseman in terms of batting average. Nunez gets a strikeout. Mujica 2 scoreless innings. Marlins bullpen, for the most part, has been outstanding in this one, even though Jack doesn't have the sheer numbers. Sanchez finished off the 5th, and Mike Dunn, Edward Mujica, and now Leo Nunez. That's a nice bunt by Venable. That's going to be an easy base hit.
Yeah, no chance there once you take it right out toward the second baseman and you get the first baseman to commit, come off the bag, and no chance at all to get Venable. This is how you blueprint the drag bunt on a left-handed batter. Leo has not held base runners well, so you know what Venable's thinking.
Bartlett at the plate. Heath Bell is getting ready. Venable runs. Hayes' throw is high, and the stolen base-a-thon continues for the Padres.
You know, the other thing to factor in, the stolen base, it creates a lot of things. Obviously puts a man in scoring position. Another one closing in on 50 now, but it also eliminates a double play situation. So instead of having a man at first, maybe getting a ground ball, it eliminates that situation.
To left field, Morrison goes back, makes the catch, runner tags, Venable on his way to third, and he will get there.
Cameron Maven's coming up. He's had this year, because he has 4 hits today, it's his third 4-hit game. He has 6 career 4-hit games.
Pair of infield singles. A couple others that he knocked into the outfield. So 4 singles, 2 stolen bases. About the only thing Maven has done wrong in this series was get picked off back in the 7th. Other than that, he's been golden. We showed you the terrific catches he's made. Yeah, now has 19 stolen bases. He's been caught only twice. 9 for 14 in the series. Nunez throws a fastball by him. It's 1-1.
He's having a series similar to that series Cody Ross had in Colorado.
Without the RBIs.
Without the RBIs.
But Cody didn't have all the stolen bases. And
I believe Cody had 4 3-hit games.
Did he drive in 15 runs in a 4-game series?
Something incredible.
Maybe it hits into the air. That's Peterson out there now. Towards the line, makes the catch. Nunez a scoreless inning. Bullpen's been outstanding, but the Marlins still need 2 going to the bottom of the 9th. I guess we could say tonight, when in a game that started at noon, it's the bottom of the ninth. 5-3. Heath Bell comes on. And for Bell, he's only blown 2 saves this year. An all-star. Everybody knows that.
Hard thrower.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, we saw that last night. He picked up save number 27. Trying for number 28 now.
The Marlins have Dwayne Wise with that double switch coming up first. Then you got Brian Peterson and Brent Hayes.
So picked up save number 27 in game 1 of this series.
So Heath Bell looks in. And his first pitch is down low to Wise. Dwayne Wise in last night's game came in a capacity similar to this and had an RBI double. Marlins just want him on base. Bell catches the corner. Bell is 33. This is his last year of arbitration as well. So,
well, that's why there's been a lot of speculation as to where he may go and that the Padres will deal him.
Counts 1-2. Saw that Wise trying to check his swing. Bell out in front, 1-2. Padres trying to sweep the Marlins and make it 8 in a row against the Marlins in this ballpark. Wise goes after a pitch that bounces in front of the plate. And Heath Bell disposes of Dwayne Wise. This is our Gunther Volkswagen drive of the game. For the Marlins, one of their lone highlights, this Omar Infante 2-run triple. That in the 5th inning.
Another reason why that catch was so important from Orlando Hudson, because it was off the bat of Omar Infante.
Now Peterson takes a strike. So you got Peterson, Brett Hayes to follow. Marlins really don't have a whole lot of options from this side of the plate in terms of pinch hitters. We told you John Buck and Mike Cameron available.
Boy, it's that hard slider that he throws. That's what he struck out Dwayne Wise on.
Rolaids relief man of the year last year. He's another guy that wasn't drafted. He signed as a minor league free agent with the Mets. Peterson, the 0-2 coming. Fastball line drive right to the shortstop. And so Jason Bartlett gloves it, and Heath Bell is an out away from nailing down not only a save, but also a series sweep.
Another nice swing for Brian Peterson. He lined out to center. He had that single sharply hit up the middle and line drive to short. So good ABs for Brian Peterson.
Now Hayes with Helms on deck. And a strike from Bell. Padres bullpen so impressive. They've been great in this series. That's strike 2. Marlins got the A team on Tuesday night with Qualls, Adams, Gregerson, and Bell.
Got that A team again today.
The B team was pretty good last night. in the 14-3 win, and now Bell with an 0-2. It's fouled back. Yeah, the 8 team today, after Dustin Mosley waited out the 2.5-hour rain delay, Qualls and Adams both with scoreless innings, and now Bell trying to put the finishing touches on what would be a stunning 3-game loss for the Marlins, especially as hot as they were coming into this series.
Yeah, I think, stunning, unexpected. You don't expect to sweep a team, but the way the Padres came in playing, last in the league in most offensive categories, you were hoping to come home, start your homestand pretty good, and that hasn't happened. Now you got the Mets coming to town this weekend.
Down goes Hayes, and down go the Marlins. Heath Bell shuts the door. Second save of the series. Cameron Maben has an incredible series. He's our SunTrust Performer of the game and of the series, as Maben with 4 more hits in this ball game, 2 more stolen bases. He has 9 hits in 3 games. Marlins baseball on Fox Sports Florida, brought to you by Marooney, South Florida. When you need a car, truck, or van, who are you going to call? 1-877-MAROONEY. The Marlins pretty much in shock right now as the Padres come in and sweep them decisively in a 3-game series. 5-3. This is the closest of the 3 games. Marlins Live, the abbreviated version, is coming up.